Good morning, Discord. Good morning, YouTube. Let's get into it. Before we start, remember, do not consider this financial advice. Trading stocks involve risks. The owner of the channel, the traders that appear in the broadcast, and affiliate companies are liable for any loss inflicted in relation to its content. And then go to lastbuytrading.com so I can get you sorted. All right, let's see what we do at 22.58 if they keep going up. Let's see if we make 22.58 some type of support. I just marked at that 22.58. Let's see if we get up here and make it support. We're gonna look for something like this. I prefer to see a pullback before we go long, so Yeah, it's gonna be hard trying to buy calls at the top. We gotta wait for a pullback before we go long. Significant one. Somewhere probably down like 21.17. If not, we're gonna have to see if this forms support and then see what we can get out of it. Let's let one more cycle go by and then I'll get to work. We gotta be patient today. We don't want to buy it all. We don't want to buy at the high. We gotta wait for a pullback. Something significant. I'm worried we might have a choppy, grindy day. Remember, we want to see if we at least form support above 2258. All I did was I overlaid the 2258 from whatever I had over here on the 5-minute chart. We want to see if we can stay inside this purple and get and touch 2258. if we break purple and we stay inside magenta, it's probably going to be ugly chop. And then we want to test to see if this magenta can get us to preferably 1996, but at minimum 2070. So here, I know I said a lot here. We want to know if we're going to stay inside this purple and touch 2258. Okay, this is going to give us good data. Or we want to see if we break this magenta, if we can get at least down to like, what did I say? Whatever. Damn it, I missed it. About, I think I said 2068, something like that. Want to give a quick shout out to, I think the name's Yurp, Y-U-R-P. I didn't see the message at the end. I'm sorry I missed it, but congratulations on the $11,000 yesterday, and you're welcome. So if we break purple, we want to test magenta. We're going to see if magenta can get us to 2058. It's just a test, right? If we stay inside, it might be a little choppy. So if you see the big gap here, that probably means there's not a lot to do, right? Now, I don't know if this magenta is actually a thing, so that's why we need to test it. Back in market open. There's probably nothing to do in here, right? In this shadow zone, probably nothing to do. If you're in the Discord and you took the break, retest, and reject of the lick box, you need to protect the trade. Remember, there's probably not a lot to do inside this shadow zone. What you want to see on either side of this, because, you know, this pretty much looks like a lick box, right? So what we want to see is something like this. So let's say if it breaks below this level here, 2171, let's say if it breaks this to the downside and it just shoots down, you know, my bad. Ideally, we like to see a retest. Same thing to the top side, right? We want to see a retest. This is ideal. If it just breaks and shoots down, my bad. But remember this morning when I told, or a couple minutes ago when I said, if we break this purple but stay inside this magenta, I'm worried it's going to be ugly and choppy all day, or at least for right now. So still a concern. So essentially, we created like a little lick box right here. Right, and we identified it with this shadow zone. So ideally, we like to see to touch this level again before they push off. And the reason why we want to wait for this is so we don't get caught by a stop hunt, right? Again, one of our concerns is because we broke this purple but didn't break this magenta, slight concern that it's going to be ugly choppy. Like a ugly grind in a direction type day. Or at least for the morning session. So far we know we're in magenta, right? We're in the magenta until we're not. So if they did want to head down, something like, probably like this. Something like this would be a good setup. You know, I don't know when it's going to happen, but something like this would be a good setup if they wanted to head down. What up, Stacy? Here's the ugly, grindy, choppy I was worried about. This is it. We're in the ugly, grindy, choppy. So it might be a little bit difficult. My suggestion is instead of trying to get it. What up, Burnell? Instead of trying to front run the plays to try to get the best price possible. This is my suggestion. Just a suggestion. Remember, this isn't financial advice, but let one of these be obvious. Once it's obvious, then you just need to, hold on. You need to hold on for a bit to let it play out, but let it be obvious. That's if you're trying to play the game in ugly, grindy, and choppy. If you're trying to play in here, you already see what it is. You don't even need to think. But instead of trying to get the best possible price, let it be obvious. Because remember, all of this ideally needs to happen, right? Ideally, all this needs to happen. Doesn't matter when, but it needs to look like this whenever it does. Now here are the ideas we're contending with. We're contending with the fact that, number one, we're just grinding nasty inside of magenta here. So what we want to do is see a break, a retest, and a reject of the level. However, we have to be cognizant that what if the break and retest just retest the magenta and then it pops back up? So let it be very obvious. It needs to be obvious. And then chances are you won't be late. Look at this in here. This is very difficult to trade in. Here, watch. Everyone paying attention? I want everyone to watch. Ready? Here's the trading plan. Today, before the market open, it might be a grind day. Okay? So we already know what to expect. We already know. Here's this grind, right? You see the grind, ugly chop? So it's very important, if you're new in the Discord, you read my analysis. It's very important you read it. It'll give you an idea. It'll I'm not saying I'm going to be right every time, even though I am, but you need to understand how the market works. You're going to get a better understanding if you keep reading my analysis, and seeing the patterns play out, right? So eventually your mind's going to associate certain vernacular, certain verbiage with market trend. And look, even if this does break, right, and we get a strong candle, we have to watch out for the bottom of this lick box here, because this still could be the test, the break, retest, and reject of this lick box. So we'll have a good idea, probably like this, if we can make it down like that. Look what I say. What if it touches the bottom here and then shoots back up? I literally just said that. Maybe 2 minutes ago, I just said that this is possible, so be careful. Ugly, grindy, and choppy. We already knew, so there's no excuse today. And keep it, another thing, knowing when not to trade is very important. We don't always have to be in every single leg of every single move. You don't. We need to understand the environment we're in. So if you're going to take a play, I suggest if you see money, get the money. Otherwise, you're going to have to hold. You're going to have to hold and let your stop and set your stops uncomfortable. That's just what it is. So now you're equipped with this information. Now you know. Look, what are they doing? Staying inside the magenta, right? So we're in magenta until we're not. An ideal setup, again, if they want to go down, would be probably something like this. That's why this is here. But in order to get here, obviously, we want to see something like this, right? And then once we get up here, we're going to have to reassess. If we get up here, we're going to have to reassess. So we see heavy resistance at 2280. Heavy resistance at 2280. Or we can be a little more precise. Let's say 2278. Look, what I tell everybody, what if they're just, I literally just said it, what if they come and retest this lick box before they shoot back up? This is exactly what I was saying. We got to be careful today. Eventually you guys will trust me a little bit. Don't trust me to babysit your dogs because they'll starve. And don't trust me to babysit your cats because I don't like cats. But when it comes to this stuff, this is, you can, I'm okay with this stuff. I'm pretty good with this stuff. And look, if this isn't the price action we like, we don't have to trade. We don't, we can allow the market, let the market set us up for tomorrow. This is what this means. They're just setting us up for tomorrow. There's a lot of conflicting macroeconomics going on right now, right? So inflation, way too high. Oil prices, way too high. Companies are still making crazy earnings though, right? AMD, all the tech companies, they're making crazy earnings. So people are supposedly in debt, but they're still buying this stuff. Just putting themselves in more debt. Look, heavy resistance right here. If it breaks, it needs to break with a very strong candle. 2278, remember that. Heavy resistance. Okay, let's see if they're gonna break 2278. All right, breaking 2278 with a nice strong candle. Well, we still got 25 seconds on the candle, but All right, target hit. I'm probably going to take some off the table here, or I'm going to tighten up my stops now. Because we said, remember, the break of blue, if this blue breaks, we want to hit 20, what is it? 23, 22. All right, there we go. Now we're making money. Now we're making real money. And then especially when I told you here, you know, this needs to break with a strong candle, right? We saw the resistance. As soon as I said it, it broke with a strong candle. Easy trade. Easy money. I'm going to take a little bit off the table. I literally told everyone what was going to happen. We have to watch out if they retest this lick box and then shoot back up. That's exactly what happened, right? I told you, let it be obvious to you. Let it be obvious. Here's how you know it's obvious, because we had this momentum candle and then we had this rejection wick. Or if that wasn't good enough, I told you it was going to break this level, 2278, with a strong candle. And now you can figure out your life, figure out what you want to do. What I do like is how we broke the blue, retested the blue perfectly, and then continued up. This was pretty, not going to say easy, but it was this was an ideal trade right here. Break the blue, retest the blue. This is all in our exit and entry strategy. Everything that just happened is in our entry and exit strategy lesson. And if you were in calls, which we broke the blue, so calls would have been pretty much the only thing, then you know your stop had to be down here, right? This is where your stop needed to be. I'm not gonna let the runners go too far against me. I'm gonna take profit whenever I'm comfortable. I mean, I'll get out of the trade whenever I'm comfortable, but my first set got taken out here on this candle here. So we'll see how far these runners are gonna take me. I'm not gonna let it go, you know, I know we're in magenta, but I'm not willing to hold for all the way down here. So I'll take profit. See, I'm not upset. I'm not upset, right? Because I know I wouldn't be able to survive this. There's no way. I'm not upset about it. I wouldn't like this. To me, this is a great trade for me. This is a great trade. So look, everything happened, right? Everything happened, exactly. Doesn't. So look, we're either gonna stay in this magenta or we're not. Now I'm trying, if you hear my voice, I'm trying to stay calm and subdued so you understand that we don't have to stress, we don't have to have our armpits sweaty. It is what it is. The market's going to do what it needs to do. As long as we pay attention to what's happening, understand the environment we're in, this will be much easier. Look, I can't be any more perfect than what's happening right now. So you're watching this right now, yeah, you know what it is. If you're interested in learning how to trade with us, go to livespytrading.com. I'll get you sorted out. Very simple. Very simple. If you're having trouble understanding the entries and the exits and the plays and what do I mean and all this stuff, or where your best setups are, you need to go to that website. You're sitting here allowing money to go by. You're just allowing money to go by for no reason. For absolutely no reason. Remember, we make money in both directions. It doesn't matter. Stock market goes up, stock market goes down. It doesn't matter. I'm already prepared. We are already prepared in this Discord. There's no excuse. There's absolutely no excuse. If you're having a hard time, it's because you're putting your stops too tight. You see the volatility, you're putting your stops too tight, and they're stopping you out for a loss. And then you don't let your winners win enough to collect from the loss. But that's basically impossible. Look how I set everything up. That's damn near impossible. And the only reason it's not possible for you yet is because you're focused on your brokerage. You're not looking at the charts. You're not listening to what I'm saying. You're allowing the big red candle to scare you out. Remember, these red candles, they're designed to slap you in the face and keep on going. That's what they're designed to do. I'm drawing all the setups way ahead of time. You don't even need to think. It's already there right in front of you, all the answers. Some of us just hesitate because we're like, man, I got burned last time. And you hesitate, and then it goes by, and then you try to FOMO into the next play without waiting for it. You're like, oh, okay, well, it's not going this way. I guess it's going this way. And you FOMO into the next play instead of allowing it to set up. You got to let what needs to happen, happen. The puts are on the screen, Chen. They're on the screen. Right? If we get down here, this is our best opportunity for a put. Down here, somewhere at and then it needs to look like what it needs to look like. Let me read your comment fully. Damn, how do you know that big drop would happen? Oh man, some things I just can't answer, brother. Some things I don't know how to answer it. But what I'm telling you is you have to let it play out. You know where your stops, I mean, you need to be either above the last high, below the last low, and because we're doing contracts, a little bit more. A little bit more. Because we're doing contracts. We see we're in volatility right here, right? So if you're taking plays inside here, you already know where your stops need to be, right? Probably above this, or I think this lick box is probably reasonable, but maybe below this right here. Below 721.47. But you got to play by the rules. So if you're playing in here, whichever direction you're betting on, you have to at least have your stops proper, because we see the environment we're in, right? We already know the environment. We hit profit target. Like I always say, I'm a key level guy. I like to take profit at key level. I go heavy and I get my money and I get out. I'm not going to sit here all day hoping. That's not me. Now, granted, there are times when it goes just like, let's say it hits the key level, hits the target that I said, retraces back down like not even a lot, and then continues. Yeah, I beat myself up a lot over that, but that's just what I'm comfortable with. And if I keep on doing it, that's just because that's what I'm comfortable with. Because I've seen this thing happen too many times to me. And that's why I was telling you, if we get here, then we need to reassess. When we get here, we need to reassess. So that's why I moved all my stops, because I'm not comfortable with this much drawdown. I'm just not. Because if it goes up from here, oh well. That would be me hoping and praying. Or I could just secure the money. I can secure, I don't need to take another trade. I had a really good trade right here. I had to hold for a bit and it went against me, but it never broke my stop loss. I know exactly where my stop loss needed to be. Very simple. I know exactly where my risk was. Very simple. So once you have, I'm giving away the information. Now, if you're holding longer, then that means you know something I don't. And if that's the case, you need to share. Why are you being greedy? You need to share. But because I don't know what's going to happen past this is why I limited my risk. So now we got to let this play out. Discord, if you're able to catch this breaking magenta here, let's say 2256 down to 2181, this is good money. I know this is hard. This is kind of hard to catch though. All right, crazy volatile right now. We got to steer clear. Just steer clear. Steer clear for a little bit. They're just taking out stops both directions right now. Vibes. Okay. Vibes, come on, man. Damn, well, my vibes are spot on the money. I got some spot on the money vibes. Shit. No, it's just, like I said, I know the environment we're in, and before the market, I knew the environment we were going to be in. I told everyone, take the money, and if you're going to hold, you better hold on. Better hold on for dear life. Here, watch. Watch. It went right back, right? Watch. Look what I told. Go read the trading plan, right? Take profits or hold for a long time. It's literally the last sentence. It might be a grind today. Take profits or hold for a long time. So Chen, if you didn't hold for a long time, either you take profits or hold for a long time. Those are the two options, right? You got to read the trading plan. And look, I told you the puts had to be somewhere down here. It just had to be. All right, let's see what the next target is. 24.94. Let's see what they want to do on 23.22. All right, let's let this settle out a bit. Let's let this settle out a bit. They're just stop hunting right now. They're just stop hunting right now. That's all that's happening. We can clearly see it. We don't need to think. All right, while this is settling out, I'm going to share the screen. In the trading plan, traders, today it might be a grind today, or excuse me, it might be a grind today. Take profits, which is what I did, or hold for a long time. And then I give all the setups, right? So, you know, you all need to let me know what else I can do to prepare you. There's nothing, I don't know if there's anything more I can do to prepare you for what needs to happen. The issue, you know, if you're, I understand if you hesitated today might not even be the day for this type of stuff. But overall, there's only so much I can do. There's only so much, you know, you're gonna have to do a little bit of extra work and read the trading plan. You're gonna have to read that trading plan, and if you don't understand what I mean, ask me. But I mean, it's pretty simple. You know, there's nothing more I can do. And you know, especially if you see this, then you know where your stop loss needs to be. If you're in calls, you know where your stop loss needs to be, and then you apply what I said, which was hold for a long time. It's going to be a grindy day. Hold for a long time. And I told you, I'm not willing to deal with this drawdown. That's not me. And you know, we had a good trade this morning, so I if I didn't take another trade all day, fine. I'm okay with that because I did what I needed to do. Executed the plan. All right, we're gonna see if this up here. Let me clear this. So look, the put scenario had to be somewhere like it had to do this. It had to do this. It simply had to. And remember, you asked, where's the put? Had to be here, right? Look what they did. They went right to it and broke right above. Right. Look, this is perfect. This it's actually perfection. Look at the dotted line, how it goes right across the top. So they never even broke it. And I think I'm saying all that to say this, you know, no matter how choppy and ugly it looks, certain things still need to happen. And we have to understand that their goal is to just grab your stop. That is their goal. Grab your stop. I'm going to mark out high a day. We got to wait for the next setup. We got to wait. If you didn't take a trade, I don't blame you. Don't feel weird. Don't be like, man, I just missed out on a whole bunch, or I knew I should have done that. I knew I should have done this. You can't do that to yourself. You cannot do it to yourself. Because there's no way anyone would, you know, could assume this pull back up. There's no way. Especially after this, and then after this. However, we did kind of have an idea, right? We had an idea. We know what needed to happen. And if it's going to be a grindy day like this, probably not a good day to do this stuff. Probably not our day to do this. But let's wait for the next setup. We got to be patient now because we see we're in this primary liquidity, secondary liquidity right here. So if we do want to take magenta, it needs to be like this. It needs to be like this one down here. Now, you know, I don't know that this is going to be here. I'm being preemptive, but it needs to be down here, right? That's just what it is. So when it happens, I'll let you know. Until then, we're doing this. We're doing this until we're not. I see a little bit of weakness in magenta right now. A little bit of weakness coming in. When I'm saying weakness, right? So we're pointing up in magenta, and now I'm saying it's weak. So maybe not so strong on the upside. $22.53. Let me see something. If we get below 22.53, we need to look. We need 22.53. Oh, that'll still be inside. So if we get below this one right here, we're gonna start to look the other way. We're gonna look for the setup on the other side. What do I mean by look the other way, the other side? If we're currently pointing up, and if I'm saying we got to look to the other side, that means down. So if we get below, especially if we break this right here, we got to start to look the other way. Until then, we're doing this until we're not. I'm going to leave this liquidity box here because it's highly valuable. This is good information right here. This is the information we want. But I do see some weakness coming in to this magenta here. So now we need to be patient. So look, we're either doing this, we're doing this until we're not, what the hell? How? What? Hmm. Why? Okay, let me start over. I had a mild episode of Tourette's. We're doing this until we're not. We'll know we're done doing this when this happens. So this is not the time where we try to guess the top just because, well, you said it's weak. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is we need to get down here before we even start thinking about puts. This will give us a trigger to pay attention. If we break this, it'll give us the trigger to pay attention. Otherwise, we're doing this until we're not. Very simple. All right, Chen, you asked how did I know about the drop or whatever. It's pretty much like card counting in the casino, because I know that if I see two aces on the table, then I know there's definitely two more aces in the stack, right? So I'm eliminating probabilities as the price goes in whatever direction. So this is a game of probabilities, because we don't know. The truth is we don't know. We don't know if there's a whale sitting at 721.80 that has a whole bunch of calls ready to stop everybody out. We don't know that. But we do know that if we get down here and do a pattern like this, that everybody up here got stopped out. So we put the deck in our favor if we allow this to happen. So this is all probabilities. I get lucky sometimes, I guess. I get lucky. But here's that weakness I was talking about coming in. So here's the weakness. Now we need to ask ourselves, is this weakness just grabbing more liquidity off of magenta? Is it grabbing liquidity off of 2258? And then if we get below, essentially we've just gone back to market open. and we've done nothing. This is going to be difficult to trade today. This is going to be difficult. Perfect data paper trade. Because if these are the swings, like this wide, you know, I took my risk. We made good money today. If these are the swings, I'm probably not interested. Remember, this is high a day right here. Here's that weakness I told you was coming in. Weakness in the trend. All right, here we go. Stand by. All right, Discord, pay attention to your 5-minute chart. Here go the possible setups. Ready? So we're either looking for this, or we're looking for this. So there's no man's land right here. Okay, those are the setups. We got to pay attention, see which one's going to hit. Buying calls at the top is going to be difficult. So if you're looking for calls, I'd wait for 2367 to form support on a BRR above 2367 if you're looking for calls, because it's going to be tough to buy calls at the top. Also, consider the environment we're in. Consider the environment. You know that in 30 seconds, there can be a candle that drops 1.5 points in 30 seconds. And then 4 minutes later, you're 2 points above where you were. This is the environment we're in. You know the environment. So you need to identify your risk tolerance, because your stop losses are going to have to be very uncomfortable. At this point in time here, it's you know, where we are, it's going to be very uncomfortable. Earlier, you know, when I identified this lick box here, it wasn't that bad, but now we're in a different ball game. Look at the swings. So your stops are going to have to be very uncomfortable. And I recommend don't front run the play. Let it play out. We see the engulfing candles, barcoding pretty much. Don't firm run it. Just let it be obvious. That's what I recommend. And then whatever it is, take the money. Take the money. Even if it's $3. Take the damn $3 and be happy. Because this is not easy. This is, look at this. Who can trade in this? Who can trade in this? This is difficult. You know, we got lucky. It hit exact target, but this is going to be difficult. You see the volatility we're in. Today's probably the day where we just sit on our hands. And then leave your thumb down. Don't put your thumb up when you sit on your hands. I know what Jones likes to do, and this is difficult to trade in. This is not the environment for us. This is difficult. We need to let this settle out. Remember, ideally, we like to see one down here like this. This would be ideal, somewhere over here. So if you're trading in here, look. If you're trading in this lick box, look. Okay, watch. I'll make it a little bit easier. If they want to head down, so this lick box is going to be tough. I'm gonna make a phone call. I'm still here. Just give me a second. Let me explain before I go. Ready? We're either in magenta until we're not, or we have to wait for this. So either way, look at the environment. This is tough. We don't always have to be in a trade. You don't have to risk your money. You see it's risky today. You don't have to do it. Now, if you're hanging out just because you want to get the experience, fine. But you don't have to risk your money, because your stops are going to have to be very uncomfortable. I'm still here. I'm just going to, I have to make a phone call. Okay, I'm back. Let's see what we got. Yeah, Stacy pointed out where VWAP was, so we got to touch on VWAP. So maybe liquidity grab from VWAP, which, you know, it closed still inside of our magenta here. So remember, for the puts, we needed all of this to happen, right? For the puts, all of that needed to happen. And if you took the, hold on, let me just, hold on, let me put it back. If you took the flexion off of magenta here, because look, we're in magenta until we're not. If you took this flexion, you need to protect this trade. You must protect this trade. Get the money and be happy. Unless you're gonna hold for a long time, like I said this morning. If you're gonna hold for a long time, fine. But if not, then you know you need to collect the money. And when this is done playing out, I'm gonna show everyone on YouTube and I'm gonna show what the setups are in the Discord to tell you or to show you why you need to join the Discord. So I'm gonna let this play out. I'm gonna let it play out. And Discord, the reason why one of those have to work out is because if it doesn't, then we know we're just stuck in chop. So if you're gonna hold all day, you're gonna hold all day. If you're gonna take the money, you're gonna take the money. Otherwise, we're gonna be stuck in chop. This volatility is crazy. This is a lot of engulfing candles. Every other candle is an engulfing candle. It's going to be annoying. You're going to have to really, I'm telling you, take the money or hold for a long time. This is the only option. All right, Discord, if you took that call option, you need to protect this trade now. I'm not saying to stop yourself out. I'm saying to at least protect the trade. And then in maybe a little bit, in a few minutes, I'm going to show everybody on the internet why you need to join the Discord. Watch. I can show it right now. Look. Because you need to protect this trade now, right? We're coming up to the key level. Watch. Everyone pay attention if you're on YouTube or wherever you're on. Watch. This is why you need to join the Discord. I'm going to go, because the 5-minute charts where we run all the plays. If you notice, what I did was I went in the secret room. When we come out, this is what I did in the secret room. Let me show you. Boom. Here are the plays. So the call entry was here. The put entry was here. You see it? Call entry. It tests this liquidity and shoots up. Now you need to protect this trade. You had to be Johnny on the spot though. You had to be Johnny on the spot because the environment we're in. But if you don't see what's happening right in front of your face and you don't think you need to join the Discord, something's wrong with you. You're not cut out for day trading. This is the data you need, right? Look at the data. Here's our call entry. Here's our put entry. Only the call entry presented itself. So from 2258 to 2324, this is very simple math. Whenever you're ready, Stacy, there's no rush. There's no rush. But this is why it's the Discord members get all the plays, right? This is what I did in Discord. This is what I do behind the scenes in the secret room. This is it. So the call entry here on the flexion, the put entry here. So the put entry never presented itself. We only had the call entry. And I told you, if you're going to take the trade, you're going to have to hold for a long time or take the money, whichever one. But this is why the Discord's very important. This is why. But who did not take? Are you asking me if I took a trade, Siwa? But you did not take, right? So I drew it up and I was on the phone. Yeah, I drew it up. I had to use the phone. I'm not sure if it matters if I took the trade because I'm not doing this for me. I'm streaming so everyone else can get the advantage. If I take the trade or not is probably irrelevant. Yeah, I don't sit here and draw on the screen so I can take a trade. The only reason why I'm drawing on the screen is so the Discord members understand what the plays need to look like. I don't need any of these lines. I don't need any of these paths. None of the yellow, none of this I need. I don't need that. I see it without needing this. This is a visual aid for Discord members. That's why I'm doing this. And either way, I don't think it matters if I take a trade. Why does that matter? What's important is, with the information I'm providing, can you make money? We need to stop worrying about what everyone else is doing. Can you make money from this? Whatever, even if my P&L was negative 30,000, let's say I had negative 30,000, but I'm still putting out this information here. It doesn't make a difference. It doesn't make a difference because it doesn't change the fact whether I took a trade or not. So, and look, sometimes people in the Discord have a different risk tolerance than me, right? I like to take at key level, boom. And there's some people in the Discord that their trades, like percentage wise, I don't know how many contracts they're doing, but percentage wise, they're probably far above me, right? Let's say I took 75%, but I went in on 10, 20 contracts and they could run 130, 350%. Doug had 350% the other day. Okay, here's the question. See what it says, just wondering, since it can go both ways, how does someone decide whether to take a call or buy a put? Okay, good question. The put scenario is down here. So there was no option for a put. There was no option for a put. So once you see the strength building off of this magenta here on the, let me zoom in real quick. You see how the wick went into this no man's land, touched our liquidity and pushed up. Also, we see, look at this shadow right here. Look, I'm going to highlight this shadow. See this? Look where it was. Look, see it? Boom. So once you start seeing the candles pushing up, then you probably have a good idea that it's that it's not going to do this, right? And also, look, another good question. You got a 50-50 shot. You had a 50-50 shot from right here. So either you take a trade, you put your stop, or you don't take the trade. But this is the same, you know, that's like, how do you decide whether to buy a call or a put? You know, that's a kind of a crazy question because no one really knows, right? You just have to go off of the data that's being presented. Look at the, I mean, either way, the put scenario is down here, so it doesn't matter. I think I understand what you're saying, but the price had to be down here for puts. You understand what I'm saying, Siwa? So you're asking, how do you know whether to buy a call or a put? Put wasn't even an option. It never was an option. You understand or no? Talk to me, Siwa. I need to hear your feedback, brother. Okay, yeah. So you're asking, how do you know whether to buy call or put? Put wasn't even an option because the price had to do this for a put. We needed a break below this here, retest this right here, and reject. So because that never happened, the only thing we got was strength, strength, strength. And I said, if you're going to take a play, you got to hold on to it for a long time. So because this never happened, then, you know, you got to have an idea that we're going this way if we're not doing this. Now, are you saying, is it possible that we could have done this right here or even this right here? Sure, that's possible. That's very possible. We could have started trade or even this right here. Yeah, that's possible. That could have happened. But in any event, the put scenario had to be below 2201. It just had to be. So if you did take a call, right? Let's say you took a call and it went against you and it decided to go down like this. Then you know where the money is. So you would have been stopped out here. And then you wait for the setup for the put. Very simple. Very simple. It's hard to be wrong twice in a row. Very hard to be wrong twice in a row. You can get it wrong once. That happens. But it's hard to be wrong twice in a row. You have to actively work against yourself to be wrong twice in a row when you're trading with me. But in any event, I'm drawing the path. I can't be any more precise than what I am. Uh-oh. Stacy said Trump's been quiet for 15 hours. Something's coming. Yeah, right? I get it, yeah. Something's coming in. DC says, allegedly. Oh, no, wait. Jones. Allegedly. Okay, so if you're on YouTube and you're trying to figure out what you want to, what you're trying to do with your life, if you're still not convinced by now, there's nothing that's going to convince you this isn't for you. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that because no one on the internet is doing this. And if you're on the internet trying to trade, trying to day trade, it's difficult, right? It's not easy, but it's a little bit easier when you have someone telling you exactly what to do and when to do it. It's a little bit easier. Or, you know, at least identifying the risk, right? We're identifying risk. That's what I'll say. We're identifying risk. So, all right, this play played out. Perfect. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. I'm going to put, where did it touch? We're going to put this here. Damn, I was talking so much. I could have done this at least. I could have done this for YouTube, but I was talking too much. Right? Because we wanted to go break a blue. Let me clean this one up. But I think actually Stacy came through with the letting everyone know, hey, look, we just tested VWAP and bounced off VWAP. So, Stacy, good on you, brother. And now look, we're right back to 2367, high a day. This is why I have it highlighted like this. If you're looking for an entry, we need to form support at 2367. Simply just needs to happen. I'm going to do this one. I'll do this one. And I think this one was the only reasonable one. All right, so Discord, let me know if I'm being fair. We identified blue to get to 2322. That happened perfectly. Remember, I drew it, the head right here. And then the break of this magenta got us to the bottom of the lick box. And then we just had this one play out, which was on our 5-minute chart, the bounce right here. If that's not fair, let me know what you guys think is better for callouts. On this put here, 22.47 all the way down to 21.78 is good money. Now look, we're back at high a day. You need to figure out what you're going to do with your life now, okay? This is where you had all this time from here all the way up here to figure out what you want to do. Now it's time to make the decision. You need to, number one, I told you a long time ago to protect your trade. But number two, adjust your stop. Wherever it is, Chen talking to you, you need to adjust your stops. Tracy says, I'm not a smart man, but I know what love is, and I know learning VWAP. I think I'm pretty sure DC likes WAP too. DC likes the WAP. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's funny. 300% DC. Amazing. Amazing. Simply phenomenal. Simply phenomenal. But now you need to start adjusting these stops, okay? And look, 300% for the day. This is... You probably don't need to take any more trades, DC. Just saying. DC, I'm going to put you on blast on the internet. Screen share. Look at the members making the crazy money. 300%. Very beautiful. Very beautiful. If you could be so kind and hit the like button for all the hard work that I'm doing for everyone. All the hard work and dedication. Look, I'm telling you, you need to adjust your stops here. We're at high a day. I'm not saying to stop yourself out. I'm saying to protect this trade. Do not let it go against you. You might survive some drawdown, but so look, we were in the strong magenta here. We went down to the weak magenta. So now this is the weak magenta here. So this, what it needs to do is break above to, if this trend is going to continue, we want to break above 2367. Look, watch this. We need to break above, retest it, and then get back up to the strong magenta. If none of that happens, we're fading. We're fading. Very simple. Very simple. But Discord members, yeah, if these callouts aren't fair, you need to let me know. Because I don't want to make it seem like I'm cooking the books just to make myself look good. Because it's going to take a lot more than cooked books to make me look good. I'm ugly as sin. How'd I find the magenta? It popped in my pocket. And then I had a pocket full of sunshine. Let's see. Didn't we already? Yeah, we passed pre-market highs already. Jones. Pre-market highs was 21.95. I am amazed that this market is rallying like this. Really, really I am. Absolutely amazed. I'm not upset. You know, it's good for the long-term portfolio, but it's just how? Why? It's got to be manipulated because, like, you know, people on the streets, they're not thinking the economy's great. Especially all the tech companies. Well, I know why, because the tech companies are doing well. The tech companies are doing well because they fired everybody because the computers took their jobs. So they don't have to pay. They don't have to pay people for sick days. They don't have to pay while you're on lunch break. They don't have to pay none of that. Your vacation time, your what is it when you get injured at work? Workers' comp. They don't have to pay none of that. No severance packages. They're just collecting all that money now. So the revenue is just going up and up and up. But the everyday person, they are probably struggling. So less jobs. And so we have less jobs, but the market's still going up. Doesn't make any sense. It's because AI. Pretty soon we're going to need universal income. Universal basic income, UBI. All right, be careful on the break of this magenta here. Chenko says, and I think there was 50 plus warehouses lit on fire after first three media. Oh, they stopped reporting on it. Warehouses? What type of warehouses? Okay, be careful right here on this magenta, okay? Because look right here. This is going to be hectic. If it does break, it's going to be hectic. Remember, if you're looking for a call entry, it has to do, wait, something like this. You don't want to get caught in here like this. Okay, I was just doing a whole bunch of talking and I was on mute. God damn it, I was on mute doing a whole bunch of talking. Okay. I know, my bad, dude. He said probably best. Okay. I gotta start over. Shit, I guess it's on the screen, man. I guess it's on the screen. All right, this wick right here scares me a little bit because I'm concerned that we might do this and it just might be an ugly grind, or just trade kind of sideways because, you know, we had good movement today. So this wick is kind of throwing me off just a little bit. That's all I was saying. That from here, it's a lot of movement needs to happen from here because this wick is messing me up. I mean, one option we're always going to look to to head back to this right here, right? To close this cup like this. This is always going to be one option. And then we'd have to wait for that. So let's say around 2272 to look for the puts. But a lot needs to happen, right? And we're at lunchtime. So this could be an annoying grind to whatever direction. But this wick, I don't like this wick. I think we're starting a new algo, so we might be leaving magenta and starting a new one. I think we are. All right, we're gonna need some time to let this develop, but still above, you know, we want a BRR above 2367, and then you gotta really be on it, because 2494 is all-time high. So from 2367, you can only ask for 24 whatever. 20, what did I say? 2494. Okay, I'm gonna step away real quick. I need to circulate some blood. I'll be right back. Don't overtrade.
rage on that beat, going crazy.
I'm still here. I'm just being quiet. Okay, if you took this flexion right here, you need to start adjusting your protecting your trade. Okay, protect this trade. You know, hopefully we hit 2367, but plenty of space, plenty of room to protect this trade. On the 1 minute chart, the put scenario was down here. So we were looking for a dance. What we wanted to see is something like this. For puts, we wanted to see this. A quick down, up, down through the green. So that never happened, right? So the only other option was, hold on, let me clear it one more time. The only other option was what's happening right now, okay? So that's why it's important to look for the dance on green. And look how perfectly this wick bounced right off this green right here. Perfect bounce. Now, if it would have been down, up, down through the green, then we would have looked for puts. Okay, does everyone understand that? But instead, what it did was it rejected the green and it got strength way above the green. So remember that for puts, we wanted to see a quick down, up, down through the green. All right, I'm still here. I'm just going to be quiet for a little bit. Now, but if you took this, protect this trade now. You need to protect this trade. I'm still here. I'm just going to be quiet. I have to step away for one brief moment. I'll be right back. If you're still looking for an entry, above 2367 with a break and retest. If you took this flexion here, then you need to protect this trade. Okay, target hit. Target has been hit. We even highlighted it. Let me clean up the chart just a bit. Now we need to see if they form support at 2367. Now, if they really needed to grab more liquidity, they could dip down to about 2358 to grab that liquidity from 2358 before they head up. So it doesn't necessarily have to dance exactly on 2367. Like this would be ideal, right? But they could test 2357 to grab more liquidity if they needed it. So now we need to wait to see if they form support or where the support's going to form at. If we get below, if we get below 2331, we got to look the other way. But I will say, very interesting. You see where this top of this wick is? Top of this candle. Maybe how much? So 2387. I was 2 cents off. 2 cents off from this flexion, right? 2 cents, literally. So now you gotta wait to see if we get some lift off. If you're struggling right now trying to think buy call, buy put, buy call, buy put, you need to stay away. You need to stay out. Remember, if we get below, what I say, 31, where is that? 31, we got to start to look the other way. All right, let's see what they do on green. Oh, it didn't close. The red wick went right to 31, and then let's see where it closes. Where this green one closes. They're stop hunting now. They're stop hunting. You see the environment we're in. If you're not comfortable, don't take the trade. You don't have to sit here and be nervous. This green probably has some power in it, right? See this green right here? This green has some power. Also very interesting how this candle went exactly to 31. This red candle went exactly to 31. They didn't close below 31 yet.
Rage on that beat, going crazy.
Okay, let's see what they got. I'm here, I'm just paying attention. Oh man. Okay. This price action is it's kind of horrible. It's kind of not good. This is just chop. This is just chop. All right, it's after 13. Let's see if they make a move here. Let's see if they make a move. It's a little bit after 13 right now. I just took the loss right here. Right here on this teal. I entered pretty much on the bottom of this candle on 12.24. I could have got out maybe okay. I wanted to see if I can make a buck. I held all this time, and then this was my original stop right here at 23.31. This was my next stop, and then I started chasing it when this happened. Then I moved it here, and I just got stopped out here for the loss. So from somewhere in this candle, close to the bottom of the 12.24 candle, and then stopped out at 23.43. Oh, Rhino, yeah, the teal lines, that was just me keeping so I can report, so I can just report, so you guys don't always hear, oh look, I won. I just took the loss here. So this would have been make a buck, right? I would have made a buck here. This was my original stop loss at 23.31. Remember, I said if it gets below 23.31, look the other way, right? So this was my original stop loss, 23.31. You know, I survived all this because originally when I took the trade was way up here, and I had my stop below here, below the last low. And then I survived all this. I'm like, okay. And then we got up here. I'm like, man, I really want to, I could have broke even. At least I could have broke even here. I wanted to get up here so I can make a buck, at least make a buck. And instead I didn't. So I took the loss here. And the entry was pretty much right on 23.67. Right on 23.67, took the loss here. But yeah, I just kept the teal so I can visually, or yeah, I have a visual how to report to you all. That's what it is. Can't win them all. Still green for the day, just not as green. Yeah, it's choppy. Once I started really noticing these shadow squigglies, I was like, man, what if it just goes sideways in here? And that's why I started to chase it. You see the teal, how I started to move it up and up and up. It better not go up. It better not go up from here. But yeah, when I saw it's too late, I'm already out. When I started noticing these in my vision, and I was like, man, what if this just goes sideways for the rest of the day? And that's when I started moving it from teal to this up here, and then I got stopped on this one right here. So I went in pretty much on the bottom. I could have got out break even, maybe just paying fees if I just would have moved it here. And I had two opportunities. I had two opportunities here, and I let it go by. And then I could have been fine over here as well. When it came back, I thought about moving it here. But you know, at that time I saw we were still above the water. So I was like, still above the water. Let me at least just let it. And you know, we're still above the water on the 5, but I just know we're late in the day. Theta's kicking in. And if we're late in the day and we just chop around where I have this right here, then that's not going to be beneficial. So I just cut it. That's the way the cookie crumbles. We still had a pretty good day. Still had a good day. So to answer your question, what are the teal lines? Just to show that some transparency that I don't win them all. I don't win them all. But also I definitely didn't expect this right here. I was like, okay, stop hunt. But I was protected from the stop hunt, so I was fine here. But I just wasn't willing to, let it play out still above the water. I just wasn't. It was too late in the day, and then this was catching my eye too much. This was really catching my eye. I'm like, what if we just trade sideways in here all day? Or for the rest of the day, so that's what the teal is. Basically, here, I'll show you. From here to here was my loss. Yeah. Somewhere in the 1224 candle. Somewhere in here. From here to here, took the loss. But I held. Could have been worse. If it goes up, I'm going to be pissed. I'm actually not going to care because I made a decision and I stuck with it. I made my decision and that was it. Come on, man. Don't do this. Don't do this. I wanted to report back. See, look, I held. Look how great I did. I held. All we got to do is hold longer. And, I think I held long enough. As long as I wanted to, right? 1224. Yeah, that was 33 minutes. 33 minutes. And now look. You know what? If we're going to get chopped up, getting chopped up within the chop, that's reasonable. I could live with that. Luckily, I didn't over leverage on this one, so. But yeah, took the loss on that trade. God damn it. Look at this. Oh, jeez. You know what? I'm not going to be upset. Still green for the day. Some of you are still holding. Be careful, right? We're late in the day, and it's literally just chop. A little bit, not mad at myself, but, I literally have it drawn here, chop, so that should have told me something. That should have told me something. I think on this right here, it was just too perfect, right? It was just too perfect. Once I saw a little bit of... Actually, I didn't even see the liftoff. I was going to take the trade anyway. So I didn't even see liftoff. These two right here, I didn't even see it. I was already in over here. And I tried to get in when it was red. Because I knew I was going to take this no matter what. And I thought I would be able to hold, because I expected some type of pullback, but down to here, I just wasn't prepared for that. So because right, we took wins earlier, so I don't want to eat into my profit. So I had to make sure that whatever I was willing to do, that I wasn't going to eat into my profit. So that was my rationale behind it. This shit better go sideways. It better go sideways. Now I'm gonna be a hater. Now I'm gonna hate. Oh man, I'm gonna hate right now. If it goes to this line, I'm gonna be up. Oh my gosh. If it goes to 2367, I just stopped myself out for no reason. I just needed to hold 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait. All right, 07. Look, right to the line, right to my line. I just needed to hold 10 more minutes, 11 more minutes, 11 more. I held for 30 minutes. I just needed to hold for. I just needed to hold it for 10 more minutes. or how much? 11 minutes. Gosh, dang. 11 more minutes and I could have at least broke even. Or actually, no, I could have made a buck. I could have made a buck. God damn. Right to my line. Exactly to my line. Gee, cheese and rice. Almost like you have no idea what you're doing. Close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades. Yeah. Yeah. Horseshoes and hand grenades, that's funny. 11 minutes from victory. 11 minutes from victory. I held for 30 damn minutes. Damn it. Look at that. Look at this. Oh no. This is my entry. This This would have been $1 here. This would have been $1. So this is my entry. So break even. I could have got break even. Yeah, this up here would have been $1. Let me put it back. I'll put it back white. 11 minutes. 11 more minutes. That's what I needed to do. Hold for 11 more minutes. Damn it. And I thought I was getting better. I'm like, it's okay. We haven't got below the last low. It's okay. Everything's fine. We're still above the water, right? We're still above the water. No big deal. Just hold. That. The only reason why I was holding for so long is because we're above the water. The only reason why. And now look at it. Now look at it. I talked myself out of a good deal. It's all right. It happens. It happens. But there you go. LST doesn't win all the trades. Don't win all the trades. It's you know what it is? It's just choppy. This it's too. Yeah, it's choppy. It's too much drawdown for my liking. What I should have done was probably drawn this a little more exaggerated up. Maybe to like 24. Yeah, probably like 24. That's what I should have done. Or I could have waited a little bit. You know what? I didn't expect this right here. This one threw me off. This stop hunt, this was evil. This stop hunt was evil. And I thought I was going to survive the stop hunt. When I saw the wick right here and how it stopped right at 23.31, I was like, all right, I can survive this. No big deal. And then 40 minutes later, here we are. I at least could have got broke even 1, 2, 3 times. At least I could have broke even 3 times if I just would have held just a little bit. Okay, I'm going to step away for a second. I'll be right back. We're coming up to the top of this green, so be careful here, okay? Protect the trade if you took it. Okay, let me see what the Discord's talking about. Oh man, good job. Cal Cruz, good job, Cruz. Good job. That was, man, I did. Yeah, this one messed with my head. This one messed with my head. Here's the lesson. The lesson is, for me included, it didn't go below the last low. No reason to get out of the trade. We're still above the water. No reason to get out of the trade. Here are the factors that were playing in my head. So if these factors play in your head, maybe think twice, right? So the reason why I took the loss here, number one, I didn't hold long enough. I didn't let it play out. Number two, I allowed random things to tell me to leave the trade, right? The only reason I stayed in, because we're above the water. That's the only reason I even stayed as long as I did. We're above the water. All right, cool. That should have been good enough. And then I had my own personal thoughts that were, instead of like allowing the charts to tell me what to happen, it was my own personal thoughts. It had nothing to do with the price action, really. You know, was it choppy? Yeah, I knew it was going to be choppy because I have this little shadow right here. I knew it was going to be choppy. All right, cool. We never broke the green. First of all, we never broke the green. Second of all, we never went below the last low whenever I took the trade, which I took it up here, never went below the last low. And then that was pretty much it. That's all I really needed to do. I needed to stick to and other factors that were factoring in. I'm thinking we're late in the day. We're late in the day, and yeah, we're late in the day. I don't want to sit on this trade if it goes sideways like this. So that was my thought process behind it. I didn't want to sit on it this late in the day. Early in the day, I definitely would have held longer, but it is what it is. That's what happened. We're still green on the day, but could have been greener. Could have been greener. Here goes some of the plays we had earlier. We had the break of our blue right here. On this one, we had the break of our magenta right here. And then on this one, I had the flexion drawn on the 5-minute chart. Give me one moment. Okay, I'm back. Let's see what we got. This would have been to make a buck. So we could have made from 23.75. Oh man, this would have been a good little move right here. Even this little bit right here. This would have been a good move. Yeah, man, that water, right, Cruz? Staying above the water. Staying above, and you said 21. Wait, let me see what you said. Your stop was at 21.79. 21. Oh, damn. Your stop was at 21.79? Damn, your stop was low. Holy jeez. Oh, because I have the liquidity box here. Got it. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Man, I'm not gonna look back now and woulda, coulda, shoulda, but you know, now I know above the water. Hey, let it run. Let it run. No reason to get out of the trade. At least I would have felt better if I would have. I think I would have felt better if I would have stopped out following the rules, right? But because I didn't follow the rules, that's why it burns. That's why it burns bad. Oh man. And also this right here kind of, you know, the red candles scare everybody, even including me. This red candle, didn't expect this. Not like this. Not like this. Didn't expect it like that, but 11 minutes from victory. 11 more minutes. That's all I needed. But anyways, I'm glad everyone else or whoever was able to take advantage and do better than me. This was rough holding through this, man. This was rough. Look how ugly this price action is. It didn't even get nice like this until after the fact. I think this green was key. This green right here was very important. I think I said something about it because I have it on the 5 minute as well. This green was very important because the break of green was going to be our put scenario. So yeah, we're just bouncing around in this green. Better luck next time. I think, you know, it wasn't a big loss, but taking the loss is a good way to humble yourself. A good way to be humbled. And I also don't want you guys to think that I never take a loss, because that's not true, right? It's not often, but yeah, I take losses. And I recorded it, or I let you guys know. And then we reflected on how we could have improved. All right, I'm gonna, man, you know what sucks is that, here, watch, this is what sucks. We knew it was gonna be like this. We knew it was gonna be like this. How did we know? Because it might be a grind today. Take profits or hold for a long time. Oh man, you know what hurts even more? Because I literally put in my own damn trading plan exactly what to do. Either you take the profit or hold for a long time, but it's gonna be grindy. It's gonna be grindy. I don't know, even though I didn't lose, it still feels like kind of not good. You know, we're still green on the day, but it's like, dang, come on, man, we could have done better. And now I'm like, I don't even want to, I'm not taking any trades anymore. Not today, not today. But I think this, whatever this is right here, played out. So I'm going to go ahead and clean up the chart. I'll clean this up. Did anyone else take a trade? Chen needed 2367. Okay, he got that. All right, so Chen got his. Cruise up 85%. Good job, good job. Love to hear it. Oh wait, I already got out for a loss. He said I better drop off the face of the earth. I'm going to take away my arbitrary lines here. We're going to mark out high a day. This was a really grindy day. I'm going to borrow the chart really quick. I'm going to do some admin. All right, let's take a look at the trading plan. I'll share the screen really quick. Here's our trading plan. Grind today, take profit, hold for a long time. Let's look at the bolt up. We wanted to see support forming at 23.26. Okay, 23.26 right here. And then if we go to the charts, we see 23.26 right here with the support formed before the next push up.
Rage on that beat, going crazy.
But look, all this tells me on, see all this right here? This right here? This is liquidity. This is going to be liquidity. So I know the home run is on the way. I know it. I already know it. Any reasonable long entries is going to have to be a retest of the lick box. So wherever that is, they're going to have to retest this. Whenever that happens, wherever that happens, it needs to do that. Otherwise, you're just going to be chasing it. Look at this. Come on, man. I needed a hole for an hour and a half in order to... An hour and a half. Remember, this was the trading plan. So if they retest all-time highs, it's going to be 24.94 is the all-time high retest. $24.94. Oh, already. Well, I have 24.88 marked out for some reason, so. And then we could see all the blues that hit. All the blues that were winners. All the break of blues. Don't try to call the top, Jones. Just wait for it to happen. If we get below, what is this? If we get below 22.92, then we'll look the other way. But there's still some no man's land in here, so you got to be careful. There's still a little bit of no man's land right here. But don't start to look for puts until underneath 22.92. Because you have to watch out for the pullback to retest this lick box right here. And then from here, if it goes down, then you have to worry about this. So your best bet is going to be like that. You're going to have to worry about the green. Because this green has all the power. You gonna bet on it, Doug? How much you gonna bet on it? How many contracts are you going to bet on it, Doug? Chill. You better relax. Relax that ass, Doug. Jones will help you if you have trouble. Need an address? We know exactly where. On the corner of Main Street and MLK. That's where we'll find you. Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you. Damn, I'm such a hater. I took a little, like a very insignificant loss, and I'm so salty. I'm such a hater. Patience is the key, man. Bruh, you're not wrong. You are not wrong. And here I was thinking like, oh man, I held for how long? 35 minutes. Like, I'm a gangster now. 35. It needed to be 46 minutes to be a gangster. 35 minutes? 46 minutes was the gangster. I appreciate you, Stacy. Appreciate you. But I will say, if there was a time to get chopped up, it's inside the chop. So if you're gonna get chopped, better get chopped up inside chop, because that makes sense. And I hate reporting a loss because, you know, I'm doing the stream and it's like, you know, something in my head tells me, you know, you got to be perfect. You got to be perfect. But that's just not a thing. But I think we're all grown enough and adults enough to understand that not every day is going to be perfect. That's not a thing. But I still have that. I think I feel a lot of pressure. I feel a lot of pressure to do it perfectly. Because it seems like, well, why would I watch this fool if he can't even do it, right? That's what it feels like. But I think we got a pretty good record. We got a pretty good record. And it's not even like I'm green still, but I'm still green. It's not like I'm not green, but just not as green. Light green. Oh, man. All right, Cruz. Thank you, man. I appreciate that, brother. Everyone's now trying to coddle me because everyone's trying. You're cool, man. Don't worry. Patting my head. It's okay, big guy. You want some ice cream? Let's go get chocolate. You want chocolate ice cream? I'm like, yeah, I want chocolate. Man, I already shot all those hummingbirds up. I shot them. Those damn hummingbirds. I just got a SIG. What'd I get? A P322. Dead birds. Dead birds. But at least I used the right caliber. No, but no, for real, I didn't shoot any goddamn birds. For real, what happened is I shot a lizard one time and I felt so bad. Like two or 3 weeks ago, I shot a lizard. I felt so bad, and then I made a little garden outside. So I built this like this little table, and then underneath the table there's a vase. So I heard some rumbling in the vase, and I look in the vase, and there's a big ass, ugly ass lizard in there. It looks like a mini iguana. And I was like, oh, well. And then he's stuck in the vase because he can't get out, because he got in and can't get out now because it's like straight up and down pretty much. And I was like, got him. He's stuck in there. So I was working in the garage pretty much for hours. I was in there all day in the garage for all day, just working in the garage. And then I come back inside and I hear something rumbling. The lizard's still in there hours later getting baked in the sun. Which they probably like that, right? Because they're cold-blooded. Anyways, so I was like, I felt bad. I saw the goddamn lizard in there and I set him free. Because I shot his brother the other day. Or maybe it was his cousin. It had to be his cousin because this one was ugly. Big and ugly. And I still let him free. Look at this perfect break and retest right here. Look at this. Why can't I get out? Why didn't this happen over here? Why didn't this happen right here? Come on, man. Look at this. Look at this. Why couldn't that happen right here? The fake out. And then not only was it a fake out, but it was aggressive. This was aggression. Look how nice and easy this one is. Nice and easy. Plenty of time to protect your trade or do whatever you want to do. Take profit, whatever it is. Plenty of time. Look at this. Look at this. The 1227 candle. Man, I think this one probably wrecked a lot of people. Perfect liquidity grab too. Perfect liquidity grab. Absolutely perfect. And then this little downside right here, nail in the coffin. Nail in the coffin. Put some people in the coffin, and then look. Why couldn't this happen right here? Why? Why? Yeah, Stacy, you know what? When I try to tell people, about, especially when I started, they're like, "Hey, look, I'm starting to day trade." People don't get it. They think it's just like, number one, they think it's thousands of dollars every day you should be making. Number two, or they're gonna think if you're not making thousands of dollars every single day, then either you're wasting your time, you're not good, you're gonna waste your money. I think people have unrealistic expectations, about day trading, and a lot of people just don't understand it. Like, oh, that's too risky. That's risky. Why would you do that? Why would you do that? But once you understand there's patterns and probabilities, once you understand the probability, I think it's the probabilities. That's what really makes the difference. Understanding the probabilities really makes the difference, right? And understanding, you know, if we get below a certain level, if we break liquidity and get below that liquidity, you know, then we can look the other way. But until then, you know, when we're still above the water, things like this, when the setups are the way they are, then, and I think, look, we're still in this overall orange right here. We're still perfectly in this overall orange. Like perfectly seated inside here. So for any puts, number one, we needed to break this green. And then number two, the orange would have been, on our 5-minute chart, the orange would have been perfect for puts. But until then, you know, we're just in here. Once you understand that, it gets a lot easier. But Stacy, take your time. There's no rush. There's no rush. Take your time. I recommend paper trade for a little bit. Paper trade for a little bit. You know, we do this every day. Stock market ain't going nowhere. Paper trade for a little tiny bit. Look at this perfect break and retest right here. This is, look at this, perfect. Why? Why? And you know, I did expect a little bit of drawdown. This was obviously was too much for me. You know what it could have been too? That I had it like this. I had it too zoomed in. That's probably what it is. I had it so zoomed in that it looked like more than what it really is. Yeah, because from the entry to my out was only like 30 or 40 cents. Maybe 40 cents. That's actually nothing. So I was way too zoomed in. I was way too zoomed in. Look at this. Look at this. Don't forget, there's a line right here, so 24.94 is the most likely target. Not guaranteed, but most likely. Okay, I'm going to circulate some blood. I'll be here in the background. I'll be right back. Don't overtrade. Okay, while I'm gone, I need everyone to think and be honest. I know Jones will be. One day I'll be hanging out. We're here. We're going to be right here for you, brother. We're going to be right here. Ain't going nowhere. But for the Discord members, I'm going to take a quick break. I want you guys to think about what I could have done to prepare you better for today. Something I could have done to prepare you better. I definitely think I was way too zoomed in. I mean, looking now, I was obviously way too zoomed in, and this didn't help me. Being like this did not help me. So I think, yeah, I was too zoomed in. But I want you all to think, what do I need to do to be better? How could I have prepared you better for today? And then I'll be right back. And then we'll fight about it.
Rage on that beat, going crazy.
Okay, I'm back. Let's see what we got. Look at this. Look at this uptrend. Look at this. Wow. Who thinks you're going to hit all-time highs? It's right here. It's right here. They're like 30 cents away. 30 cents away. Yeah, this gap up right here should have gave us some clues. Okay, I think I'm going to cut the YouTube stream here, but I'll hang out in the Discord. And I'll just be off to the side. I'll be off to the side in the Discord, but I'm going to cut the YouTube stream. So YouTube, if you're interested in learning how to trade with us, go to livespytrading.com so I can get you sorted out. Let me go over what we did today. We identified the blue for call entries. We wanted to see if the blue was going to hit 23.22. And it did. We identified this magenta for puts. It got a little volatile in here, but you were able to make from, let's see, 22.52 all the way down to 21.79. Good money. On this play right here, I had the path drawn on the 5-minute chart. It looks something similar to this. This would have been your entry and plenty of time. Also, we knew that at this point here that our put scenario was down here. So there's a big gap. So it was easy to identify what the entry was. Continuing on, we got kind of stuck in some chopping here, me included. Stuck in the chop. We needed to break above 23.67. And then I think the next test was 24.02. Here's a break and retest of 24.02. And then I think, all-time highs is probably next on the list. We still got some time left. About an hour and a half left. So we had a pretty good day. Wasn't too bad. It was a little hectic. Let's go into the screen share. We had our trading plan for the day. Might be a grind today. Take profits or hold for a long time. I think holding for the long time was probably the best bet. We're looking for the bolt up. We wanted to see 23.26 make some type of support. We see 23.26 right here was the support, and we're looking to see if we're going to get to 24.94. And also, if you go into the trade chat, we always post the wins every single day. We post the wins. If you're interested in learning how to trade with us, go to the website, livespytrading.com, so I can get you sorted out. Okay, YouTube, that's been my time. Discord, I'll be there in a second. It's been a pleasure. You have a good day. Goodbye.